billionaires. In sports, the Celtics beat the Knicks 118-105. They visit the Raptors tonight. That's the latest news on 92.1 WBTK. I'm Lisa Ruckman. ABC News is next, followed by weather from Channel 3.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Pope Francis was well enough this morning to meet with the Vatican Secretary of State to approve a new decree for saints. He also called a formal meeting to set dates for their canonization. The 88-year-old Pope is still in critical condition with double pneumonia. During a meeting with French President Emmanuel Macron at the White House, President Trump was once again pressed about his relationship with Vladimir Putin.
When pressed, Trump again refusing to call Vladimir Putin a dictator who's been isolated from the West since the start of the war. Ukrainian President Zelensky, who Trump has called a dictator, under intense pressure from the White House to sign a deal giving the U.S. permission to mine critical minerals and resources inside Ukraine.
This is Ian Paddle reporting from Kyiv. Continued confusion in Washington of those job descriptions federal employees were told to write up or face possible layoffs. This is ABC News.
If you've been waiting to hear Macy's winter clearance, now's the time. Get everything you've been eyeing all season long at prices that are worth the wait. How good? Save 40 to 70% off coats, sweaters, boots, and more. Plus, come in and get an extra 20% off all your
Northfield Lumber East Middlebury is your one-stop shop for all your building needs. Remodeling, building your dream home, or just changing out a door, let Goodwill Lumber's professional staff help you through the process. They have a free in-house estimator and regular door specialist who makes house calls as well as their condo sales, yard staff and drivers, and they still make free deliveries. Their expertise doesn't stop there. Swing down to Seat 9 on Route 7 South for your kitchen, bath, and plumbing needs. So come on down to each of the locations and see what Goodwill's can do for you.
Channel 3 Max and on WBTK is sponsored by Stone Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 7 Middlebury, and StoneCDJR.com. They take absolutely anything in trade. WBTK.
Yard staff and drivers, and they still make free deliveries. Their expertise doesn't stop there. Swing down on Route 7 South for your kitchen, bath, and plumbing needs. So come on down to each of the locations and see what Goodwill's can do for you.
Your Channel 3 Max Advantage forecast on WBTK is sponsored by Stone Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 7 Middlebury, and StoneCDJR.com. They take absolutely anything in trade. WBTK.
Could be another mild day on this Tuesday with temperatures getting back into the low 40s for highs, and it won't be as windy as it was on Monday. There will be a few rain showers in the afternoon and the first part of the evening. There can be a few flurries Tuesday night with lows of the low 30s. And Wednesday could start with a few flurries, but then there's some sunny breaks going into the afternoon. Highs on Wednesday will be near 40. I'm First Alert Chief Meteorologist Gary Sadowski.
Thank you, Gary. We're up to 37 degrees right now in Middlebury, and it's 25 before 9 o'clock with Katrina and the waves.
92.1 WBTK. I just can't wait till the day when you knock on my door. Every time I go for the mail, I'm so happy. I just can't wait till you ride me your coming around. I'm walking on sunshine. I'm walking on sunshine. I'm walking on sunshine. I don't want to spend my whole life just waiting for you. I don't want you back for the weekend, not for a day. And I know
Really critical of the Secret Service after there were 2 assassination attempts against President Donald Trump.
This is the story of the one. The one knows that when the big game stays away, the unexpected can put everything on the line. But with a solid game plan and a teammate like Granger that she can rely on to deliver the product she needs when she needs it, she's confident that she will always win the day. And her team will do the same. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
More taxes coming to the town meeting day ballot.
But communities say the state keeps taking too much of that cash. Proposed changes to Yorktown's cut.
Our Tuesday morning off to a quiet start, also a very mild start. Most of us back into the 40s here this afternoon. Rain and mountain snow showers making their arrival this afternoon as well. We'll time them out coming up.
The debate around school taxes heads to a sledding hill today. I'm Sophia Thomas with a snowy event at the steakhouse that puts working class families first.
Live from Vermont's own WCAS, the Channel 3 News this morning starts now.
Thank you to Channel 3 this Tuesday morning. John McMahon.
And I'm Melissa Borden. First alert meteorologist Peter Kampkowskis joins us now. And Peter, it was actually 42
Yeah.
and playing us this morning. I just opted to skip the jacket altogether. I have a sweatshirt, that's it.
I went out in my
Actually 42
yeah.
and playing us this morning. I just opted to skip the jacket altogether. I have a sweatshirt, that's it.
I went out in my full usual jacket. It was like, wow, don't need this morning. Yeah, a lot of us waking up to temperatures 30s and 40s out there. We did keep a good amount of cloud cover last night. A few places starting to see the clouds break apart just a bit. Those places also a bit cooler as a result, especially the further east you are. Those places like Springfield, Lebanon, St. J, also the clouds clear out just a bit. So they're starting off the day right now in the 20s, but 43 for Rutland, 39 Montpelier, 38 right now Burlington, 40 for Highgate. And as we head to the rest of the day today, we'll talk temperatures basically back into the low and mid 40s here this afternoon. Notice the chances of precip gradually ticking up here through the mid-afternoon hours towards this evening as we start to see the arrival of some rain and mountain snow showers. We'll talk about who could see some accumulating snow as well as a better chance of accumulating snow for all of us as we head towards later this week. The details coming up in the full First Alert forecast.
Peter, thank you. A Brattleboro man waking up behind bars must answer for his alleged crime today.
It's for drug charges following a lengthy investigation that ended in a bust. Vermont State Police say 42-year-old Kevin McGeer was arrested after a months-long investigation into the sale of fentanyl and cocaine in Brattleboro. Police say they used informants to buy the drugs from McGeer multiple times. He's now being held on $5,000 bail and is scheduled to appear in court today. This is the latest of multiple arrests made by the Vermont Drug Task Force in Brattleboro just in the past week.
And in a Brattleboro woman now faces child cruelty charges after police say a bag with cocaine residue was found with her baby. Police say 29-year-old Kelsey Chabot dropped her 1-year-old off at daycare on Friday morning, and a suspicious bag fell out of the baby's sock. That baby was not hurt. Chabot was arrested and released on conditions.
And a North Country teen in trouble with the law after police say he pulled a knife out during a fight at the Champlain Center Mall. It happened in Plattsburgh on Saturday afternoon. Police say a 16-year-old boy from Peru, New York, got into a fight with the victim, damaged their teeth, and brandished a pocket knife before fleeing the scene. The teen was arrested, charged, and released.
Breaking overnight, a wrong-way driver had to be stopped with spike strips on a main Vermont artery.
Now she faces multiple charges and has a spot on the court calendar today. Police say they got multiple reports of a driver going south in the northbound lane on Interstate 89 in Montpelier just after 1 this morning. The car passed multiple cruisers with their lights on. The car eventually stopped after driving over spike strips. Police identified the driver as 57-year-old Carol Brown of Montpelier. Brown is charged with driving under the influence, attempting to elude, and other charges. She'll be in court today. And this morning, strikes at New York prisons enter their 9th day.
That's right. Now, efforts in Albany to answer prison workers' pleas are voted down. State Senator Dan Steck proposed an amendment that would repeal the HALT Act, a recent prison reform limiting solitary confinement. It's a primary point of contention for striking prison staff. In a speech on the Senate floor, Steck echoed prison workers' claims that the act makes work conditions more dangerous for guards, civilian employees, and inmates alike.
SEALs are an important part of our law enforcement community. They risk their lives to keep inmates safe, keep prisons orderly, and protect the surrounding communities from the danger that lies within prisons. But we can't keep or recruit corrections officers because of the disastrous policies enacted by this majority.
Steck's amendment was voted down along party lines, with Democrats voting against rolling back the act. Steck says he'll continue to advocate for prison guards in his district, which includes 4 prisons in our region. And amid that ongoing strike, 2 inmate transport buses in New York vandalized. According to police, these 2 Department of Corrections buses were vandalized when parked in a storage lot in western New York. One was burned, the other was spray painted with the message, "Can you hear us now?" This weekend, several officers returned to work after being offered immunity and a temporary pay increase. The department says those still on strike are violating state law and are considered absent without leave. They'll be docked pay for every day on strike and lose their state-sponsored health insurance. Well, there's a lot of talk about education at the State House, but advocates say it's missing students and parent voices.
So today, they head to Capitol grounds with sleds in tow. Sophia Thomas is here with us in the studio this morning. Sophia, what is this all about? Well, listen, John, parents and kids are sledding for a cause at the State House today to have their voices heard. The Public Access Institute hosting the event to show support for public schools and fair tax policy. They say the biggest problem with education funding isn't how much we spend, but who's footing the bill. They say low and middle income Vermonters' tax dollars subsidize the richest Vermonters. The organization says the state should collect school taxes based on ability to pay and keep public schools at the heart of communities. Advocates will gather at the State House from 1 to 2 today for a rally and sledding party. John and Melissa.
Sophia, thank you. The communities across Vermont asking for more when taking a piece of the tax pie.
As it stands, the state of Vermont takes a cut of local tax revenue intended to make your town better. But some say the state is taking too much. Local options taxes on things like rooms, meals, and alcohol can help raise revenue for a town without raising property taxes. That money can fund town operations or infrastructure upgrades. And it's not just residents contributing to the coffers.
If it's like out of towners that come in and buy stuff, they're helping us out too.
But towns say the tax could be bringing in more. The state collects 30% of all local option taxes for a special fund that goes to communities hosting state buildings and land. But there's a $13 million surplus. And the Vermont League of Cities and Towns says state lawmakers should let municipalities hold on to more of that money.
Potential new regulations in the works for your backyard flock. Shelburne is exploring a rooster and chicken regulation ordinance amid noise and bird flu concerns. Now, it could include a registry, a cap on flock size, public resources about how to properly house poultry. Town manager says they're open-minded about how the ordinance can take shape so that it doesn't ruffle too many feathers.
It's not a huge surprise that the poultry issue has come to Shelburne. So that's fun. Like seeing all kinds of different things. But on the whole, I mean, we're very much in support of local food and family businesses that can come with a backyard garden and local animals.
The town is not looking to regulate larger farms, big operations. You can share your thoughts or get involved by reaching out to the town clerk.
Now to confusion from the Capitol. Federal workers across the country given a deadline to defend their jobs. Over the weekend, Elon Musk asked government employees for a list of 5 things they did last week, threatening job losses for people who don't comply by late Monday night. But just hours before that deadline, Musk offered an extension saying, quote, failure to respond the second time will result in termination. President Trump praised Musk's demand of nearly 2 million federal workers.
There was a lot of genius in sending it. We're trying to find out if people are working.
But the directive has been met with confusion as some agency leaders told their employees not to respond. Looking overseas, President Trump is hopeful that a deal to end Russia's war in Ukraine could be only weeks away. In a meeting with the French president, the leaders agreed to put peacekeeping forces in Ukraine if a deal is reached.
And Vermonters gathered in Montpelier to honor the lives lost on the third anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The group Vermont Stand with Ukraine urged continued support for the nation at a demonstration last night. Now it comes as peace talks continue in Washington, where President Trump says he's hopeful Russia's war in Ukraine is nearing an endgame. Demonstrators say the war is not over and urge everyone to not give up the fight.
This is super important for us to keep asking the U.S., our senators, congresspeople, the president, and others to keep supporting Ukraine, to continue sending military aid, humanitarian aid, without any deals, without any blackmailing, without any bullying.
The group says they want to honor the resilience of the Ukrainian people and remember the lives lost over the last 3 years.
And the dismantling
Want to honor the resilience of the Ukrainian people and remember the lives lost over the last 3 years.
And the dismantling of USAID could have impacts here at home. That's according to industry experts. Companies with offices here, like Tetra Tech and World Learning in Brattleboro, will lose out on billions in government contracts.
So we will see people whose benefits or full-on employment is negatively affected by what's happening at USAID.
Also impacted are U.S. food aid programs, which provide produce and other food abroad. Reports have shown there may be at least 5 Vermont farms that have contracts for food aid programs run by USAID.
Hey, we're taking a live look outside at Rutland right now. You can start to see a few pockets of daylight out there, and temperatures, well, very mild as well. Rutland starting off right now at 40 plus over the 40-degree mark, 43 degrees right now. Winds out south between 3 and 6 miles per hour. A lot of us going to see the temperatures climb back into the low and mid 40s here as we head towards this afternoon. Does come with a chance at some rain and mountain snow showers, especially through the mid to late afternoon hours and through your evening commute. We'll talk about that coming up on the other side of the break.
As risk of bird flu takes flight, Vermont's farmers are fighting back.
How commercial plots and backyard coops are staying safe amid this fight.
The all-new 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Welcome back. A spring in temps isn't the only sign that spring isn't too far away.
Sugar makers have started tapping trees in preparation of warmer temperatures this week. Sugar makers spent the past few weeks trudging through deep snow to set up their taps for the season. Since we've stayed consistently below freezing this winter, the sap hasn't started running yet. Sugar Tree Maple Farm in Williston says they're getting last-minute preparations done so they can be ready for when the sweet stuff starts to flow.
There's a lot of snow out there, so we're not sure if it's a couple days is going to be enough to unthaw everything. But we're really looking forward to that this year. The trees got to really go dormant.
The farm says because of the snow on the ground, tapping took a lot longer than usual. Peter, I will say, like yesterday morning or Sunday morning, I think I ate like 8 pancakes.
Yeah.
I depleted a lot of my maple syrup supply, and so I'm kind of really looking forward to getting myself a fresh bottle.
We are heading into maple season. Hopefully it's a good season. We mentioned got a lot of snow this season. The trees have not been warming up a whole lot, but we do have a freeze thaw cycle really over the next several days, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So that could potentially be enough to get some of that sap to start flowing, especially as we head towards Thursday. Notice the low temperatures back into the 20s, highs, probably upper 30s, lower 40s. Maybe we see. start to see the staff flowing just a bit, especially in the lower elevations as we head towards later this week. For now, here's how we're starting off the day right now. Not looking too bad on satellite radar. It's mainly cloudy skies overhead. We did see a few pockets of clear skies, especially the further east you were through portions of the overnight hours last night. That's also where we're a touch cooler this morning. Like 27 for Springfield, 27 Lebanon, 28 right now in St. Jay. But take a look off to the west, a little bit less in terms of clearing last night. Still hitting out to 40 right now in Highgate. We got 39 for Millbury. Rutland still coming in at 43 degrees. And we're all basically going to shape up to have a pretty mild day out there. A lot of us going to be back into the low and mid 40s. Through the rest of the morning hours, we could maybe see a few pockets of sunshine here and there after sunrise, but really clouds quickly back on the increase here through the morning hours. Those clouds starting to give way to rain and mountain snow showers by the time the mid to late afternoon hours roll around. It does look like it could be a rather damp evening commute for a lot of us, but not too much in terms of snow accumulation. The bulk of any snow generally going to be above 1,000 feet in elevation. Could wrap up as a little bit of leftover light snow showers here as we head through the first part of the overnight hours tonight. Maybe even a few leftover light snow showers into the first part of your day on Wednesday. But really, I think the clouds starting to break apart just a bit here as we head into Wednesday afternoon and Wednesday evening. So probably a few breaks of sunshine, especially through the second half of the day for the day tomorrow. In terms of how much snow we're talking about again for the day today, any accumulation generally going to be above 1,000 feet in elevation. I do suspect maybe the higher mountain summits of both the Adirondacks as well as the spine of the Green Mountains could potentially pick up maybe an additional 1 to 2 inches in some places, but for the most part, a lot of us not going to be talking about much, if any, accumulation here as we head through the day today. That does look to change, though, as we head towards later this week. Did want to give you the first alert to a little bit more snow heading our way as we head into the day on Thursday. Now it's waking up Thursday morning. Snow actually looking fairly widespread here to start off the day Thursday. There is the chance of a little bit of mixing, especially in the broader valley locations as we head into Thursday afternoon, Thursday evening. The system does look to come to a close, though, as all snow late Thursday, continuing into the early morning hours for the day on Friday. This time featuring a bit more accumulation for all of us. At this point, going to say a widespread coating up to 2 inches, however, especially the eastern portions of the area, they can potentially pick up an additional 2 to 4 here. Again, this running through Thursday as well as into the early morning hours for the day on Friday. First layer forecast here for the rest of the day today. Not so much snow today, good amount of rain actually, just because we are pretty mild this afternoon. A lot of us are going to talk daytime highs in the low to mid 40s out there. Any snow showers, again, generally above 1,000 feet in elevation. Tonight, overnight lows, they'll fall back into the 30s here, mainly cloudy skies overhead. We head into your day on Wednesday. I think there could be a few leftover snow showers here to potentially start off the day tomorrow, but really the bulk of the daytime hours spent primarily dry here for the day tomorrow. Most of us talking daytime highs in the mid to upper 30s, a few lower 40s left over, especially the further south you go for your day on Wednesday. Now look at that 7-day forecast. A better chance of snow accumulation, as we mentioned here, as we head towards Thursday. Maybe a few leftover snow showers, especially to start off the day Friday. Another round of snow possible here to start off the weekend, but also notice this weekend we are trending cooler. Sunday and Monday, high temperatures back into the 20s. Sunday night and Monday, overnight lows pretty close to that 0 degree mark once again. So full spring and then right back into our cold winter pattern.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to enjoy it while it lasts. I know we've mentioned it throughout this week, but I need that my face. Great.
Yeah.
Wind, the cold. I just.
You know what? We didn't have the cold yesterday, but we still had that wind. I don't know if you noticed that times gusting upwards of even 40 to 50 miles per hour, but that's what really helped to crank up our temperatures too.
I can appreciate that, but I was walking around in downtown Burlington and wishing that I had another layer.
Yeah.
It's a little chilly.
Yeah. But one taste of bird flu is all it takes to wipe out all of your chickens.
Our Sophia Thomas joins us live in studio with how chicken farmers are protecting their flock. Sophia.
That's right, listen, John. Bird flu can wipe out all of your chickens in just 24 hours. With the virus on the rise, Vermont farmers get creative to prepare their chickens. At Maple Wind Farm in Richmond, staff spray chicken coops with lactobacillus, a probiotic that can increase their resistance to bird flu. They also put apple cider vinegar in their water to boost their immune systems and reduce parasites.
It really does help to prevent disease, and it builds a microbiome in here that is different and healthier than it would be if we didn't do that.
Commercial chicken farms like Maple Wind haven't contracted bird flu. Data shows backyard flocks, more common in Vermont with less biosecurity, are the hotspots. 2 flocks in December and January were infected and euthanized. If you have a backyard flock, experts say to use good hygiene after interacting with your birds, only introduce new birds from healthy flocks, and keep them away from water where wild birds visit. John and Melissa.
Sophia, thank you. Taking a live look at our tower cam here in Burlington. A beautiful start to your day. You're seeing that sun start to creep up now around 6:20. First look forecasts up next. Welcome back at 6:23. Now take a look at this. Now this was sent to us from a viewer from Westford. It's a rare weather event. I mean, Peter, confirm those are snow rollers. There's no one pushing those. They're snowballs formed naturally as chunks of snow are blown along the ground, growing in size as they roll. They're hard to come by because they need the right combination of snow, wind, temperature, all that. Must be kind of nice. If you made a snowman, you can just walk outside and you have some.
They were doing the hard work for you. And you notice what? They were kind of rolling in the wind yesterday. Yeah. We had that breeze out of the south. That same breeze out of the south really helped to warm us up. Take a look at yesterday's daytime high at Burlington International, 43 degrees. That's 9 degrees above our normal. Normal right now sitting at 34. But we have not seen temperatures like that in a while. As a matter of fact, that's our first 40-degree day since January 18th. But last year in that same time frame, we had seen 2 days in the 60s, 3 days in the 50s, and 5 days in the 40s. And I'm not forecasting any 50s or 60s, but I am forecasting a return to some cooler temps as we head towards later this week and the weekend. The details on that coming up in just a few minutes. Guys.
Peter, thank you. If you live in Westminster, you may have to find another place to buy your feed.
A third-generation feed store is being sold. Garen Clough bought the community feed store from his parents in 2011. His grandparents owned it before that. It's been a feed store since 1902, providing food for both farm animals and family pets. The last day open for the store has not yet been announced.
Now, WCAX Channel 2 Sports, sponsored by Xfinity.
Boys High School Hoops postseason got going with a couple of play-ins last night with the bulk of play-downs scheduled for today. The girls are a week behind, but we did get a potential Final Four preview at Patrick Gym on Monday night. Unbeaten St. Johnsbury and 15-3 Burlington entering the final week, sitting 1-2 in the D1 girls hoops rankings. And for a while, it looked like the Seahorses might win the top of their first loss after a Manian Cavage quarter triple. They would push it to double digits. Bree McDonald, the steal and the bucket here early in the second. But back comes St. J. Anna Ebert driving to the hoop, gets the foul call plus the continuation for the three-point play. And 2 minutes later, Adriana Heber connecting from the wing. The Toppers taking a 24-22 lead late in the second. PHS gathered themselves for a while. Emma Bailey being the first half horn, sending it to the locker room even at 27. But the Toppers would run away with this one late. Cassidy Kittredge from the baseline here. Toppers coasting 61-44. We'll play in boys high school playoff highlights tonight, along with day 2 of the Nordic State Championships with sports on Jacket Simmons.
Vice President J.D. Vance plans to visit Vermont slopes, the mountain the nation's second in command is going to, up next.
And sledding to send a message by education advocates are taking to Capitol grounds with toboggans in tow.
Live from Vermont's own WCAX, the channel previews this morning starts now.
Thanks to the channel.
Peter, that warm weather you've been alerting us first to is certainly here.
Certainly here. We saw it yesterday. As a matter of fact, a lot of us still waking up today. The 30s and 40s out there. Clear skies here on satellite radar. Actually, not clear skies. We're dry, but a lot of us talking about a good amount of cloud cover. We did see a few pockets of clear skies last night. Notice that moisture, though, off to our south and west. That's going to gradually head in our direction as we head towards the afternoon hours today. Mainly going to form in the form of rain showers. However, there is some snow in the higher elevations. For the most part, a lot of us talking about a good amount of cloud cover right now. Take you outside towards Linden, Northeast Kingdom. Did see a few pockets of clear skies earlier this morning. That means, well, they're starting off at 27 degrees, winds calm, so they had a little bit of radiational cooling last night. That's why they're so cool. But Rutland, they kept the cloud cover going for a good portion of the night last night. They're starting at 43 degrees right now in Rutland. Winds out of the south between 3 and 6 miles per hour. So 20s, 30s, and 40s on the temperature board board right now. 36 for Saranac Lake, 40 Highgate, 39 Montpelier, 27 right now St. Jay, 27 for Springfield, 43 Rutland, 33 right now. To kick off our Tuesday morning down towards Bennington. Here's how the rest of the day shapes up. We start off the day primarily dry, maybe a few pockets of sunshine here early within the next hour or two, but those are going to quickly diminish. We're left with a good amount of cloud cover here through later this morning and into the afternoon hours today. By the mid to late afternoon, that's when we start to see the arrival of valley rain showers and mountain snow showers. Really predominantly rain for a lot of us. The bulk of any snow shower activity generally going to be above 1,000 feet elevation here through the afternoon and evening hours today. Does look like your evening commute could be a rather damp one before this event begins to wrap up here as we head towards later tonight. There are a few leftover light snow showers tonight, maybe even into the first part of your day on Wednesday, but a better chance of snow for all of us here as we head towards later this week, that Thursday, Friday time frame. We're also getting cooler in that same time frame as well. We'll talk about it all coming up in that full first alert forecast in just a few minutes. Guys.
Peter, thank you. Breaking overnight, a wrong-way driver had to be stopped with spike strips on a main Vermont artery.
Now she faces multiple charges and has a spot on the court calendar today. Police say they got multiple reports of a driver going south in the northbound lane on Interstate 89 in Montpelier just after 1 this morning. The car passed multiple cruisers with their lights on. The car eventually stopped after driving over spike strips. Police identified the driver as 57-year-old Carol Brown of Montpelier. Brown is charged with driving under the influence, attempting to elude, and other charges. She'll be in court today.
A Vermont ski resort plans to host one of the country's foremost political figures.
But what do Vermonters think of Vice President J.D. Vance visiting the Green Mountain State? WCAX has confirmed Vice President will ski Sugarbush this weekend. Vance is expected to stay at the Pitcher Inn in Warren. Vermont was the first state to be called for Kamala Harris, with Trump and Vance taking less than a third of the state's votes. And that's one of the widest margins in the country. But some residents we spoke with say they think it'll be a boost for the local economy, while others aren't so excited.
It's nice that they're coming to Vermont. You know, we don't get a lot of action up here.
Nobody here wants to see him. We don't want his traffic. His policies are terrible, and he doesn't exactly promote Vermont values with anything he says.
We've also learned of a protest against J.D. Vance's arrival that's expected at 9 Saturday morning on the Waitsfield Green. Vermont State Police is coordinating with the Secret Service, federal, county, and local law enforcement. Officials say drivers should plan for some delays during an expected motorcade.
Burke Mountain Resort now has a viable buyer, as according to the North Star Monthly. Now, they report the lawyer leading the receivership for the mountain found a buyer and expects to offer a, quote, significant update on the sale within 2 months. That buyer was not identified. We've reported extensively on the decade-long saga, and we'll update you as we learn more.
Advocates say education conversations at the State House are missing student and parent voices.
That's right, and today they're headed to the Capitol with sleds at the ready. Jennifer Sophia Thomas with us live in the studio now to tell us what it's all about. Sophia?
Melissa, parents and kids are sledding for a cause at the State House today to have their voices heard. The Public Access Institute hosting the event to show support for public schools and fair tax policy. They say the biggest problem with education funding isn't how much we spend, but who's footing the bill. They say low and middle income Vermonters' tax dollars subsidize the richest Vermonters. The organization says the state should collect school taxes based on ability to pay and keep public schools at the heart of communities. Advocates will gather at the State House from 1 to 2 today for a rally and sledding party. John and Melissa.
Sophia, thank you. New this morning, the Pope rested well overnight. Now, that's the latest update from the Vatican as the 88-year-old pontiff remains hospitalized with pneumonia. The Pope's health reportedly improved slightly now 11 days after he was admitted. The Vatican says kidney issues discovered over the weekend are not a cause for concern. Catholics across the world praying for his recovery.
A central figure like Pope Francis allows all of us to be grounded in something greater than ourselves.
Pope Francis remains in critical condition. Doctors have not released a prognosis, noting the complexity of the clinical picture. He was able to resume work Monday at the hospital in Rome. A move north of the equator brought big change for this Brattleboro silversmith.
And we are not talking about the temperature. This morning we'll show you her designs created in Vermont.
6:35 live look outside from our Skywalk Story camera in Rutland. A few pockets of sunshine trying to poke through right now, but a good amount of cloud cover out there. Those clouds giving way to rain and mountain snow showers here later this afternoon. We'll time out their arrival coming right up.
Your first alert forecast is brought to you by
Welcome back, everyone. 6:38. Take a look at this. This is a beautiful picture of a snowflake. What an incredibly detailed photo, Peter. This is absolutely amazing. And you and I were talking about this earlier, but one of my favorite winter phenomenons is when you're outside, it's snowing. And is it a temperature thing when it's cold enough?
It's a little bit of everything. You need to have the right ingredients. You want the right type of snow to be falling.
When you can see the distinct snowflakes, all the different shapes, it was like, we were always told every snowflake is like a little bit different. But really and truly, like when you can see them all lined up, it's amazing.
Just gorgeous, usually how much detail you can see on them. Sometimes just incredibly beautiful. Not a whole lot of snow to talk about today. As a matter of fact, live look outside from Church Street. Very little snow left out on the ground out there. 38 degrees right now.
Okay,
south to west between 5
Give me a few minutes.
Back into the 40s here for the day ahead, but we do have another round of accumulating snow here for this week. The details on that coming up in a few minutes, guys.
A change of career and a change of scenery for this Brattleboro silversmith.
This morning, we see the jewelry that's made in Vermont.
In this small but sun-soaked studio, creativity is in no short supply.
Earthy, rustic. I want my jewelry to be meaningful.
Down in Brattleboro, Allison Korn turns silver into something special. It's a totally different place than where she was even 15 years ago, living in Ecuador, working on her master's in anthropology.
Decided that I was done with academia. It was like too much thinking in my head. And I decided I just wanted to really live my creativity.
Living her creativity meant taking a leap of faith.
I bought a little bit of the material and decided that if I could make a piece of jewelry out of that, then that's what I was going to do.
She did it and went on to learn what it takes to run a business. 10 years ago, it was time for a move from the tropics to Vermont's snowy tundra.
We had to reinvent ourselves anyway.
It was the perfect time to launch Allison Korn Designs, honing in on her skills and her style. She makes earrings and necklaces, and her pieces are made in one of two ways: traditional metalsmithing or by using precious metal clay.
It feels like clay, but it's made out of pure silver particles fired in a kiln, and then it turns into pure silver.
She does dabble in gold, but for the most part, everything is silver. No matter the material, her goal is to add a little extra to everyday life.
They put it in the morning and they feel a little bit happier or more brave or a little bit more confident in their day. That's kind of like why I want to do this.
Despite a big geographical jump, Korn says the community feel in Brattleboro is roughly the same as it was in Ecuador. It's why she sells at the local farmers market in addition to online. While life looks different than it did, it's a change that Korn can get behind.
There's so much that we all have to offer, and creativity is one of the ways that I can give back to the world.
Creativity taking shape in Vermont. For the Channel 3 News, I'm Melissa Borden, made in Brattleboro, Vermont.
If you're flying out of Burlington, you'll want to get there early.
Let's not for getting through TSA, the travel troubles that started before the terminal.
Take you outside to Linden right now. Just a gorgeous start to the day. A few pockets of sunshine starting to poke through right now. We've got your full first alert forecast on the other side of the break.
Looking to save on the foods you love?
Bird Food forces Vermont farmers to up their health measures. Come to the Thomas with the flux at the hardest and how to keep your chickens safe.
Morning out there, but tracking some valley rain and mountain snow heading our way for later today. The details coming up.
A change in infrastructure aimed at flood resiliency.
What's coming to Woolkit to better prepare for disaster.
First, we have Vermont farmers on high alert.
Our CBS Thomas is live in studio with the fight to leave the virus at the door of the chicken coop.
Listen, John, all it takes is one infected chicken to kill an entire flock. Farmers are pulling out all the stops to make sure their birds aren't next. Lindsay St. Pierre scoops probiotic powder into a jug and fills it with water. Dunking her boots in sanitizer, she heads to the chicken coop.
So this is lactobacillus. It's essentially a similar beneficial bacteria found in kefir yogurt, and it's made of all natural products.
Maple Wind Farm in Richmond started spraying in September to protect their 1,300 chickens against avian influenza or bird flu. They also add apple cider vinegar to the chicken's water to boost their immune systems and reduce parasites.
It really does help to prevent disease, and it builds a microbiome in here that is different and healthier than it would be if we didn't do that.
Bird flu hasn't spread to Vermont's commercial farms yet. The state veterinarian says backyard flocks are more susceptible since they're more popular and use less biosecurity. Symptoms are similar to human flu and can kill poultry quickly. Most recently, 2 backyard flocks in December and January.
It's very fast and it's very dramatic. So typically you will see between 50 to 100% of your birds, your domestic chickens, die within 24 to 48 hours.
Any chickens that don't die right away are often euthanized to prevent a painful death.
That's really hard to follow. As far as backyard poultry, I mean, people love their birds. Those of us who have backyard chickens, they all have names, they're our pets, really.
In fact, the chickens or wild birds typically transmit the virus. Lusky says the cold slows migration and can lower spread, but spring migration is right around the corner and the virus is rising.
So that's a big concern.
If you have a backyard flock, Lusky says to use good hygiene, only introduce birds from healthy flocks, and keep them away from water bodies where wild birds like geese or ducks hang out. Fantasy plans to spray every day into the summer.
There's no such thing as zero risk, of course, but we're doing a pretty good job.
A bobcat tested positive for bird flu last year, but no Vermonters or cows have contracted bird flu for now. Live in studio, Sophia Thomas, Channel 3 This Morning.
Sophia, thank you. And Peter, as we start to look outside today, I'm just excited that I'm not going to be cold and the heat everywhere else. It'll be nice. No, even coming into work this morning, no need for the heat on in the car. It was just on a little bit. The heated seats, I think, went off yesterday afternoon.
Oh, I was
yeah, I don't blame you necessarily. Yes, matter of fact, most of us starting off today in the 30s and 40s right now. You can see some rain showers off to our south and west. That's going to head in our direction later this afternoon. We're going to be talking about primarily rain, but there are still a few mountain snow showers. Temperatures still incredibly mild out there. A lot of us in the 30s and 40s, 43 for Rutland right now, 39 Montpelier, 38 for Burlington, 41 right now in Highgate, 30 St. Jay, a bit cooler off towards the Upper Valley, Lebanon and Springfield, both coming in at 27 degrees right now. They had a little bit of clearing earlier this morning, and that resulted in some cooler temps, but for the most part, the clouds have made their return in. Maybe there's a pocket or two left over of sunshine here early this morning. Clouds really quickly beginning to fill back in. Those clouds giving way to rain and mountain snow showers by the time we head towards the mid to late afternoon hours. The evening commute does look like it could be a rather damp one for a lot of us in the form of primarily rain showers. The bulk of any snow shower activity generally going to be above 1,000 feet in elevation. That's going to continue to be the case here as we head to the night ahead. Maybe a few leftover snow showers here as we head towards tonight and into the early morning hours on Wednesday. Otherwise, though, we trend drier here as we head into tomorrow afternoon. I think we start to see a few pockets of sunshine developing here for the afternoon and evening hours here for your day tomorrow as well. Again, any snow accumulation generally above 1,000 feet in elevation. The higher elevations, really the summits of the Adirondacks and the summits of the Spiny Green Mountains, maybe we pick up an additional inch or two. However, for the most part, a lot of us are going to be talking about little to no snow accumulation here as a result of any snow we see today as well as into the day tomorrow. The first alert, did want to give you the first alert though to another round of snow heading our way as we head into the day on Thursday. Does look like the Thursday morning commute could start off slick, especially the further south you are. This system a quick mover though. By the time the Thursday afternoon rolls around, for the most part, the bulk of that snow still making its departure. As we head through the second half of the day on Thursday, there is still a few leftover snow and rain showers out there, but temperatures here Thursday afternoon climbing back into the mid and upper 30s and lower 40s once again. So road conditions conditions quickly improving here into the afternoon hours for the day Thursday. Maybe a few leftover light snow showers Thursday night, as well as into the early morning hours on Friday. A first look at how much snow we're talking about, fairly widespread, trace to 2 inches. However, there could be some locally higher pockets, especially the further south and east you are, where they could pick up an additional 2 to 4 here in that same time frame of Thursday into the early morning hours on Friday. Otherwise, though, today, primarily rain out there just because we are so mild. We'll have us climbing back into the 40s here this afternoon. Tonight, overnight lows, they'll fall back into the 30s here for most of us, mainly cloudy skies overhead. Into your day tomorrow. Maybe there's a leftover snow shower or two tomorrow morning. Otherwise, though, I think a lot of us see a good amount of dry time, a few pockets of sunshine tomorrow afternoon with temperatures in the mid to upper 30s and a few leftover lower 40s. Now look at that 7-day forecast. Snow showers for day Thursday. Rain and snow as we head towards Thursday afternoon. Still pretty mild here for Thursday as well. Maybe a few snow showers Friday as well as into the day on Saturday. Notice that we're trending cooler though as we head towards the weekend. Sunday, daytime highs, teens and lower 20s. Overnight low, pretty close to that 0 degree mark once again.
Well, Peter, I was looking at the overnight temps there.
Yeah, dropping off a cliff. Yeah, I know, really. 40s this morning to Saturday night and the Sunday night and the Monday. Pretty close to that. Yeah, 0 degree mark once again. You can see Sunday and the Monday high overnight low of 3 in the Burlington area. That means some places will probably be back below that 0 degree mark.
Yeah. Just into our newsroom, firefighters responding to a scene on Colonial Drive in Wilder. They couldn't tell us much. What we knew is we do know that this incident is ongoing. We have a crew on the way, and we'll keep you updated as we learn more.
And new this morning, Vermont's inmates give college students a run for their money.
That's right. 6 inmates at Southern State Correctional Facility won a debate against Wake Forest University. The competition was facilitated by the National Prison Debate League, offering a semester-long course to inmates, culminating with a debate against a college team. Now, the debate topic, the Norwegian model of correction, which focuses on rehabilitation.
And this morning, the Route 2 flooding recovery enters a new chapter in Woolkit. The Flatiron Bridge in the center of town was destroyed by flooding in 2023. Bridge abutments pushed water onto the road, damaging the pavement and closing it to traffic. Now, the town wants to replace the abutments with flood benches, giving floodwater more room to flow through. Money for the project comes from FEMA and the Lamoille County Planning Commission.
A lot of in Lamoille County, the towns are very small, so they don't have much municipal staff. So they look to us to help them with planning projects. You know, to be frank, some people are still living with the impacts.
It's not just Woolkit, that's still rebuilding. The Lamoille County Planning Commission is working with 5 other Vermont communities on similar projects, totaling over $70 million. Because many towns don't have the resources to cover them on their own, the state will match FEMA's funding for each project through the Emergency Relief and Assistance Fund.
Parking problems at Burlington's airport garage. Now, airport officials say it might be hard to find a spot because it fills quickly, but if it's full, they say there's parking elsewhere. The airport continues to see strong travel numbers coming off their busiest year since 2008.
We do ask that you plan ahead. We hit capacity. We actually had to close the garage for about an hour the other day. We anticipate higher traffic during this time period, but we still have plenty of spots outside the parking garage. There's plenty of places to park. We just need to plan ahead.
The officials recommend all travelers arrive 2 hours early. We start our morning minute with news breaking overnight. A wrong-way driver had to be stopped with spike strips on a main Vermont artery.
Now she faces multiple charges and has a spot on the court calendar today. Police say they got multiple reports of a driver going south in the northbound lane on Interstate 89 in Montpelier just after 1 this morning. The car passed multiple cruisers with their lights on. Car eventually stopped after driving over spike strips. Police identified the driver as 57-year-old Carol Brown of Montpelier. Brown is charged with driving under the influence, attempting to elude, and other charges. She'll be in court today.
This into our newsroom. Crews are responding to a fire on Colonial Drive in Wilder, and they couldn't tell us much, but we do know that this incident is ongoing. We have one of our own crews on the way, and we'll keep you updated as we learn more.
And a lot of talk about education at the State House, but advocates say it's missing student and parent voices. The Public Access Institute will host an event today to show support for public schools and fair tax policy. They say the biggest problem with education funding isn't how much we spend, but who's footing the bill. The organization says the state should collect school taxes based on ability to pay and keep public schools at the heart of communities. Advocates will gather at the State House from 1 to 2 today for a rally and a sledding party. And Peter, you gotta get the sledding in now because the warm temperatures, that snow is definitely, you can see it decreasing.
Yeah, decreasing for sure, but it does look like we're trending cooler. Did want to show you this for the day today, though. We do have some rain and mountain snow showers out there. Most of us pretty mild, climbing back into the 40s. That moisture begins to make its arrival here through the mid to late afternoon hours. Does look like it should be a rather damp evening. Commute 7-day forecast shows quieter here for your day tomorrow. Another round of snow showers, especially Thursday morning, but we warm things back up into the 30s and lower 40s here for Thursday. Colder as we head towards the weekend, back into the 20s for daytime highs by the time Sunday rolls around.
All right, I'll see you on Sunday. Yeah, thanks for that. You can watch the channel 3. See you again.
Yes, you can get there from here. Vermont State University offers flexible, affordable pathways to the skills and degrees you need to land the job you want. With career-focused, hands-on, undergraduate, graduate, and apprenticeship programs available online and in person on 5 campuses throughout Vermont, VTSU will meet you where you are and get you where you want to go. Learn more and apply today at vermontstate.edu.
Dear, but more taxes coming to the town meeting date now.
But communities say the state keeps too much of that cash. Proposed changes to your tax cut.
Most of us dry and quiet here to start off our Tuesday morning. We got another mild day on tap. With it, rain showers and a few mountain snow showers. The details on that coming up in the First Alert forecast.
The debate around school taxes heads to the sledding hill today. I'm Sophia Thomas with a snowy event at the State House that puts working class families first.
Live from Vermont's own WCAX, the channel for years this morning starts now.
Thank you to Channel 3 this Tuesday morning. John McPay.
And I'm Melissa Borden. First Alert meteorologist Peter Katakowskis joins us now. And Peter, 42 degrees when I left home this morning. I skipped the jacket.
I know. Yeah, you're really not needing the heavy jacket today, just feeling really mild out there. That coming after a very nice and mild day yesterday as well. Here's the view on satellite radar. Pretty quiet out there. We did see the clouds break apart just a bit here through the course of the night last night. Also where the clouds did break apart primarily off to the south. That's also where they're a bit cooler. You can see 30 for Lebanon right now, 28 for Springfield. But take a look off to the north, 40 for Middlebury, 41 Montpelier, 40 right now in Burlington, 41 for Highgate. So yeah, most of us pretty mild here as you get ready to step out the door for any Tuesday morning plans. Here's how we're planning out the rest of the day today. Most of us back into the low and mid 40s here for daytime highs. Notice those precip chances gradually ticking up here as we head towards later this afternoon as well as into the evening hours today. That's going to fall in the form of primarily rain showers. However, elevations above 1,000 feet could potentially see some snow shower activity. We'll talk about a better chance of snow here for later this week coming up in the full First Alert forecast.
Peter, thank you. A Brattleboro man waking up behind bars must answer for his alleged crime today.
It's for drug charges following a lengthy investigation that ended in a bust. Vermont State Police say 42-year-old Kevin McGeer was arrested after a months-long investigation into the sale of fentanyl and cocaine in Brattleboro. Police say they used informants to buy the drugs from McGeer multiple times. He's now being held on $5,000 bail and is scheduled to appear in court today. This is the latest of multiple arrests made by the Vermont Drug Task Force in Brattleboro just in the past week.
Also in Brattleboro, a woman now faces child cruelty charges after police say a bag with cocaine residue was found with her baby. Police say 29-year-old Kelsey Chabot dropped her 1-year-old off at daycare Friday morning when a suspicious bag fell out of the baby's sock. The baby was not hurt. Chabot was arrested and released on conditions.
A North Country teen in trouble with the law after police say he pulled a knife out during a fight at the Champlain Central Mall. Happened in Plattsburgh on Saturday afternoon. Police say a 16-year-old boy from Peru at the Champlain Central Mall. Happened in Plattsburgh on Saturday afternoon. Police say a 16-year-old boy from Peru, New York, got into a fight with the victim, damaged their teeth, and brandished a pocket knife before fleeing the scene. The teen was arrested, charged, and released. And this morning, strikes at New York prisons enter their 9th day.
That's right. Now, efforts in Albany to answer prison worker pleas was voted down. State Senator Dan Stack proposed an amendment that would repeal the HALT Act, a recent prison reform limiting solitary confinement. It's a primary point of contention for striking prison staff. In a speech on the Senate floor, Stack echoed prison worker claims that the act makes work conditions more dangerous for guards, civilian employees, and inmates alike.
SEALs are an important part of our law enforcement community. They risk their lives to keep inmates safe, keep prisons orderly, and protect the surrounding communities from the danger that lies within prisons. But we can't keep or recruit corrections officers because of the disastrous policies enacted by this majority.
Stack's amendment was voted down along party line, Democrats voting against rolling back the act. Stack says he'll continue to advocate for prison guards in his district, which includes 4 prisons in our region. Amid the ongoing strike, 2 inmate transport buses in New York vandalized. According to police, these 2 Department of Corrections buses were vandalized and parked in a storage lot in Western New York. One was burned and the other was spray painted with the message, "Can you hear us now?" This weekend, several officers returned to work after being offered immunity and a temporary pay increase. The department says those still on strike are violating state law and are considered absent without leave. They'll be docked pay for every day on strike and lose their state-sponsored health insurance. There's a lot of talk about education at the State House, but advocates say it's missing student and parent voices.
So today, they head to Capitol grounds with sleds in tow. Our Sophia Thomas is here with us in the studio this morning. Sophia, what is this all about?
Listen, John, parents and kids are sledding for a cause at the State House today to have their voices heard. The Public Access Institute hosting the event to show support for public schools and fair tax policy. They say the biggest problem with education funding isn't how much we spend, but who's footing the bill. They say low and middle income Vermonters' tax dollars subsidize the richest Vermonters. The organization says the state should collect school taxes based on ability to pay and keep public schools at the heart of communities. Advocates will gather at the State House from 1 to 2 today for a rally and sledding party. Donna Melissa.
Sophia, thank you. Communities across Vermont asking for more when taking a piece of the tax pie.
As it stands, the state of Vermont takes a cut of local tax revenue intended to make your town better. But some say the state is taking too much. Local options taxes on things like rooms, meals, and alcohol can help raise revenue for a town without raising property taxes. That money can fund town operations or infrastructure upgrades. And it's not just residents contributing to the coffers.
If it's like out of towners that come in and buy stuff, they're helping us out too.
But towns say the tax could be bringing in more. The state collects 30% of all local option taxes for a special fund that goes to communities hosting state buildings and land. There's a $13 million surplus, and the Vermont League of Cities and Towns says state lawmakers should let municipalities hold on to more of that money.
Potential new regulations in the works for your backyard flock. Shelburne is exploring a rooster and chicken regulation ordinance amid noise and bird flu concerns. It can include a registry, a cap on flock size, and public resources about how to properly house poultry. Town manager says they're open-minded about how the ordinance can take shape so that doesn't ruffle too many feathers.
It's not a huge surprise that the poultry issue has come to Shelburne. So that's fun, like seeing all kinds of different things. But on the whole, I mean, we're very much in support of local food and family businesses that can come with a backyard garden and local animals.
The town is not looking to regulate larger farms with big operations. You can share your thoughts or get involved by reaching out to the town clerk.
Now to confusion from the Capitol. Federal workers across the country given a deadline to defend their jobs. Over the weekend, Elon Musk asked government employees a list of 5 things they did last week, threatening job losses for people who didn't comply by late Monday night. Just hours before that deadline, Musk offered an extension saying, quote, failure to respond a second time will result in termination. President Trump praised Musk's demand of nearly 2 million federal workers.
There was a lot of genius in sending it. We're trying to find out if people are working.
The directive has been met with confusion as some agency leaders told their employees not to respond. Looking overseas, President Trump, hopeful that a deal to end Russia's war in Ukraine could be only weeks away. In a meeting with the French president, the leaders agreed to put peacekeeping forces in Ukraine if a deal is reached.
Vermonters gather in Montpelier to honor the lives lost on the 3rd anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The group Vermont Stands with Ukraine urged continued support for the nation at a demonstration last night. Now it comes as peace talks continue in Washington, where President Trump says he's hopeful Russia's war is nearing the end game. They say the war is not over and urge everyone not to give up the fight.
This is super important for us to keep asking the U.S., our senators, congresspeople, the president, and others to keep supporting Ukraine, to continue sending military aid, humanitarian aid, without any deals, without any blackmailing, without any bullying.
The group says they want to honor the resilience of the Ukrainian people and remember those lives lost over the last 3 years.
Well, maybe we start off today with a little bit of sunshine out there. However, clouds are quickly back onto the increase here as we head towards later this morning. Clouds eventually giving way to rain showers and mountain snow showers here as we start to head towards this afternoon. For the most part today, a lot of us not going to see any snow accumulation, but that does start to change here as we head towards later this week. As a matter of fact, getting cooler here as we head towards later this week as well. We'll talk about it all coming up in that full First Alert forecast.
As risk of bird flu takes flight, Vermont's farmers are fighting back.
Our commercial flocks and backyard coops are staying safe amid this fight. Welcome back. A swing in temps isn't the only sign that spring isn't too far away.
That's right. Sugar makers have started tapping trees in preparation of warmer temperatures this week. Sugar makers spent the past few weeks trudging through the deep snow we have to set up their taps for the season. Since we've stayed consistently below freezing this winter, the sap hasn't started running yet. Sugar Trade Maple Farm in Williston says they are getting last-minute preparations done so they can be ready for when the sweet stuff starts to flow.
There's a lot of snow out there, so we're not sure if it's a couple days is going to be enough to unthaw everything. But we're really looking forward to that this year. The trees got to really go dormant.
The farm says because of the snow on the ground, tapping took a lot longer than usual. I'll tell you what, Peter, if the snow is going to melt, which is always a bummer for me as a skier, it may as well be a sweet ending to it.
Yeah, exactly. It does seem like we could start to see that sap begin to flow here within the next several days because we are seeing that kind of freeze-thaw cycle here over the next several days, and that's exactly what we need. Well, I'm going to show you this, the forecast here for maple sap. Snows today and tomorrow, not looking too bad. Fair conditions. The overnight lows right around the freezing mark, high temperatures in the 40s, but notice Thursday, we got low temperatures in the 20s, high temperatures probably in the lower 40s, so that might be the best potential here to see that sap begin to flow. Satellite radar right now is getting things dry across the region. As we kick things off on this Tuesday morning, we have seen a few breaks in the clouds here last night. And where we did see those breaks in the clouds, that's also where we're a bit cooler. Like we got 28 for Springfield, 30 for Lebanon right now. But take a look at Rutland, 44, 40 for Middlebury and Burlington, 30 right now. St. James, 37 right now to kick off our Tuesday morning up towards Newport. Clouds back on the increase here as we head through the course of the morning hours today. By the time the afternoon hours roll around, we start to see the arrival of some rain and mountain snow showers, especially through the late afternoon and into the early evening hours. For the most part, it is a primarily rain situation for most of us. However, the higher elevations, generally above 1,000 feet in elevation, that's where you're saying it's the best chance of seeing some snow showers here through the afternoon and evening hours today. Those begin to wind down here as we head into the first part of the overnight hours tonight. Maybe a few leftover light snow showers here through the night tonight, as well as even into the first part of your day on Wednesday. However, those begin to shut off here through the course of the day Wednesday. I think a lot of us can maybe develop a few breaks of sunshine here as we head towards Wednesday afternoon. afternoon and Wednesday evening. In terms of how much snow we're talking about, again, the best chance at any snow accumulation going to be above 1,000 feet in elevation. Higher elevations, the Adirondacks, the spine of the Green Mountains, really right at summit level. Maybe they could pick up an additional 1 to 2 inches. That's going to be really the bulk of the accumulation here that we see for today as well as the day tomorrow. I did want to give you the first alert, though. Potential snowy systems as we head into the day Thursday. Snow does look like it begins in here as we head towards Thursday morning. There does be a little bit of mixing time here, especially late Thursday into the Thursday afternoon, but it does look like the system primarily closes. That's an all snow Thursday night as well as into the day on Friday. This one looking to be a bit more potent, featuring a little bit more snow. For the most part, a lot of us going to be talking about additional trace up to 2 inches. However, some pockets, especially the eastern slopes of the Green Mountains, could pick up a little bit more. That's where you can potentially pick up an additional 2 to 4. This is something I'll keep an eye on here as we head closer to Thursday as well as into the day on Friday. First day of forecast here for the rest of the day. Today, it's a primarily rain event out there today. We have temperatures in the 40s tonight. Overnight lows, they'll fall back into the upper 20s and 30s here as we head towards daybreak tomorrow morning. Into your day on Wednesday, a lot of us will talk daytime highs back into the mid and upper 30s, a few lower 40s still possible tomorrow afternoon. Mainly cloudy skies overhead here for the bulk of the day on Wednesday. Now look at that 7-day forecast. Not looking too bad here as we head through the next few days. Mainly rain this event today. Looking drier for Wednesday. We'll keep an eye on those rain and snow showers here for Thursday. Friday at this point looking drier and quieter. We head into the weekend with trending cooler as well. Maybe a few snow showers for the day. Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, we get a little bit of sunshine going, but you notice daytime highs back into the 20s, overnight lows, right around that 0-degree mark once again. So trending a little bit cooler here for next weekend.
Yeah, Peter, I think the whole time for your weather, I was trying to think of a saying for silver lining in maple syrup. It's like an amber, a medium amber lining. So
An amber rich lining.
Yeah. Grade A, one, yeah. Amber lining or something. Yeah.
Well, one case of bird flu is all it takes to wipe out all of your chickens.
That's right. Our Sophia Thomas joins us live in the studio with how chicken farmers are protecting their flock. Sophia? That's right, listeners on. Bird flu can wipe out all of your chickens in just 24 hours. With the virus on the rise, Vermont farmers get creative to prepare their chickens. At Maple Wind Farm in Richmond, staff spray chicken coops with lactobacillus, a probiotic that can increase their resistance to bird flu. They also put apple cider vinegar in their water to boost their immune system and reduce parasites.
It really does help to prevent disease, and it builds a microbiome in here that is different and healthier than it would be if we didn't do that.
Commercial chicken farms like Maple Wind haven't contracted bird flu. Data shows backyard flocks, more common in Vermont with less biosecurity, are the hotspots. 2 flocks in December and February were infected and euthanized. If you have a backyard, experts say to use good hygiene after interacting with birds, only introduce new birds from healthy flocks, and keep them away from water where wild birds visit. John?
Sophia, thank you. Taking a live look at our Derby can, and you can see that parking lot relatively clear this morning. This is some warmer temperatures. Here at First Look Forecast up next. Welcome back. It's 5:22. Now take a look at this. This was sent to us from a viewer out of Westford. Now, this is a rare weather event. Peter probably knows about this. These are snow rollers. Yep. They're snowballs formed naturally as chunks of snow are blown along the ground by the wind, growing in size as they roll, and they're hard to come by because they need the right combination of snow, wind, temperature, and moisture. We'll save you time on making a snowman.
Yeah, we had the perfect ingredients for it here yesterday, especially those breezy conditions at times yesterday afternoon. But it was those gusts out of the south that really helped to warm us up yesterday. Take a look at yesterday's daytime high, 43 degrees. That's above our normal, which right now sits at 34. But I want to give you some context to just how cool it's been here the last several days. Last February, we saw 2 days in the 60s, 3 days in the 50s, 5 days in the 40s. This was our first time above the 40-degree mark since January 18th. We got another day above 40 here for the day ahead. However, trending cooler here as we head towards the end of this week as well as into the upcoming weekend. We'll talk about that coming up in the full forecast in just a few minutes.
Peter, thank you. If you live in Westminster, you may have to find another place to buy feed.
Darren Clough brought the community feed store from his parents in 2011. His parents owned it before that. It's been a feed store since 1902, providing food for both farm animals and family pets. History of the business is not lost on him as he transitions into a new insurance job.
Aside from the career change part of it, just, growing up here, knowing customers, my whole life.
The last day open for the store has not yet been announced. That could depend on if new owners want to keep the business operating.
Now, WCAN's Channel 2 Sports, sponsored by
Boys high school hoops postseason got going with a couple of play-ins last night with some play downs scheduled for today. Girls are a week behind, but we did get a potential Final Four preview at Patrick Gym on Monday night. Unbeaten St. Johnsbury and 15-3 Burlington entering the final week, sitting 1-2 in the D1 girls hoops rankings. And for a while, it looked like the Seahorses might hand the Toppers their first loss after a Manian Cambridge quarter trip. They were pushing to double digits. Free McDonald is still in the bucket here early in the second, but that comes same straight. Ebert driving to the hoop, gets the foul call, plus the continuation for the free-throw play, and 2 minutes later, Adriana Chico connecting from the lane. The Toppers taking a 24-22 lead late in the second. PHS gathered themselves for a while and mainly being the first half forward, sending it to the locker room even at 27, but the Toppers would run away with this one late. Cassidy Kittredge from the baseline here. Toppers coasting 61-44. Well, plenty of boys high school playoff highlights tonight, along with day 2 of the Nordic State Championships with sports. I'm Jack Simmons.
Vice President J.D. Vance plans to visit to Vermont slopes, the mountain the nation's second in command plans to go to up next.
And sledding to send a message why education advocates are taking the Capitol grounds with toboggans in tow.
Live from Vermont's own WCAX, the Channel 3 News this morning starts now.
Thanks for choosing Channel 3 this Tuesday morning. John.
And I'm Melissa Borden. First alert meteorologist Peter Kapakowskis joins us now. And Peter, that warm weather you've been telling us about is definitely here.
Yeah, definitely here. As a matter of fact, even when we were stepping out the door this morning, we were still talking temperatures in the 40s. Yeah. A lot of us still waking up in temperatures in the 40s out there. Mainly pockets of clear skies here on satellite radar, but for the most part, a lot of us dealing with a good amount of cloud cover. Where you did see the skies start to clear out just a bit last night, that's also where we're a bit cooler, but for the most part, a lot of us pretty warm and mild here to kick things off on this Tuesday morning. I want to take you live look outside towards Rutland right now. Take a look, 44 degrees right now in Rutland. Some pockets of clear skies out there, kind of making out the mountains in the background just a bit. Winds out in the south and the west between 3 and 6 miles per hour. The winds have started to diminish here from where they were yesterday afternoon as well as into the first part of the overnight hours last night. But it was those winds out in the south really helping to crank in that warmer air here through both yesterday as well as continuing right into the day ahead. Temperatures right now, mid to upper 30s, lower 40s, but 28 down towards Springfield. We got 30 for Lebanon. That's also where we start to see the skies clear out just a bit. Right now, 41 Montpelier, 41 for Highgate, 40 right now for Burlington, 36 Bennington, as well as 31 right now to kick off your Tuesday morning down towards Brattleboro. So here's how the rest of the day shapes up. I think we start off the day primarily cloudy out there, but there could be a few pockets of sunshine here and there to start. Clouds back on the increase here to the morning hours and into the early afternoon. For the most part, we start off the afternoon hours today primarily dry, but then as we start to head into the mid to late afternoon hours, start to see the arrival of our next system. For the most part, it does look like it should be generally rain showers here for a lot of us. However, there are still some mountain snow showers kind of mixing in. Generally above 1,000 feet elevation, that's where we stand the best chance of seeing some mountain snow showers, as well as the best chance of seeing some minor accumulation before this system begins to wind down and work its way out of here by the time later tonight, as well as into the early morning hours here for the day on Wednesday. We are tracking another system as we head towards Thursday. I want to give you the first alert to that, potentially a little bit more snow in that system as well. We'll talk about that, as well as some temperatures cooling off as we head towards the weekend. That's coming up in the full first alert forecast. Guys?
Peter, thank you. A Vermont ski resort plans to host one of the country's foremost political figures.
But what do Vermonters think of Vice President J.D. Vance visiting the Green Mountain State? WCAX has confirmed the president is skiing Sugarbush this weekend. Vance is expected to stay at the Pitcher Inn in Warren. Vermont was the first state to be called for Kamala Harris, with Trump and Vance taking less than a third of the state's vote. That's one of the widest margins in the country. Now, some residents we spoke with say they think it will be a boost for the local economy, but others aren't so excited.
It's nice that they're coming to Vermont. You know, we don't get a lot of action up here.
Nobody here wants to see him. We don't want his traffic. His policies are terrible, and he doesn't exactly promote Vermont values with anything he says.
We've also learned of a protest against J.D. Vance's arrival. That's expected at 9 Saturday morning on the Waitsfield Green. Vermont State Police is coordinating with the Secret Service, federal, county, and local law enforcement. And officials say drivers should definitely plan for some delays during an expected motorcade.
Brook Mountain Resort now has a viable buyer. That's according to the North Star Monthly. Now, they report the lawyer leading the receivership for the mountain found a buyer and expects to offer a, quote, significant update on the sale within 2 months. That buyer was not identified. We've reported extensively on the decades-long saga, and we'll update you as we learn more.
And advocates say education conversations at the State House are missing student and parent voices.
That's right. Today, they're headed to the Capitol with sleds at the ready. Channel 3 Sophia Thomas with us live in the studio now. Sophia, let's solve out.
Dr. Melissa, parents and kids are sledding for a cause at the State House today to have their voices heard. The Public Access Institute hosting the event to show support for public schools and fair tax policy. They say the biggest problem with education funding isn't how much we spend, but who's footing the bill. They say low and middle income Vermonters' tax dollars subsidize the richest Vermonters. The organization says the state should collect school taxes based on ability to pay and keep public schools at the heart of communities. Advocates will gather at the State House from 1 to 2 today for a rally and sledding party. John and Melissa.
A little north of the equator brought big change for this Brattleboro silversmith.
And we're not talking about the temperature. This morning we'll show you her designs created in Vermont.
5:34 live look outside from our Skywatch 3 camera in Rutland. Starting to see a few signs of a little bit of daylight out there. We'll talk about how today is shaping up as well as
Hey Google, take a screenshot.
Sure, taking a screenshot.
This is a reminder. Take morning meds. This is a reminder. Take morning meds. Gary, remember to turn on the grow lights.